Hello, welcome to the February 4th, 2025 Club Cubase live stream. My name is Greg Undo and I'm the host of the live stream today. If you have not attended a live stream before, how it works is you could ask questions in the live chat field or simply send questions in advance to clubcubase@steinberg.de. When asking questions, if you could specify which level of Cubase you're running, so if it's Cubase LE, AI, Elements, Artist, or Pro, which version number, so if it's 12, 13, 14, and also which operating system, that information is often very helpful. When asking questions, we'll go through all the questions chronologically as they come in, and so if you don't get an immediate response to your question, we will go through them in order. So if we could avoid asking the same questions over and over again, that would be appreciated. We should have an index of all the topics covered in today's live stream with timestamps pinned to the top of the comments field several hours after the live stream ends. And also, and if you wanted to search for topics that have been covered in previous live streams, you could go to cubaseindex.com, and we want to thank Jan from Stockholm for creating that site. We have two people that serve as moderators on the live stream. Make sure I have my different. So we have Agent K and Jazz Dude. So we want to, and they're not Steinberg employees. They just really do this out of the goodness of their heart to make it a better community experience. We want to give special thanks to them. We'll also give an extra special thanks to Jazz Dude for his work with the unofficial Cubase Nation Discord. It's a wonderful resource of information for the Steinberg community. Once again, my name is Greg Undo. I work for Yamaha Corporation of America. I'm based out of, in the United States, just outside Washington, D.C. area in Alexandria, Virginia. And if you're watching the stream live or if you're watching it afterwards, please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. One quick programming note, the next 2 Fridays, I have to do presentations at some, for Dorco at some educational conferences. So I'll be at the Ohio Music Educators this Friday, and next Friday I'll be at the Texas Music Educators Association in San Antonio. So we won't have live streams the next 2 Fridays. So this Friday, which would be the 7th and the 14th, there will be no live stream. So just a quick reminder. I just wanted to let people know that. So, and with that, we will go ahead and get started. Okay, so we have Eric Sampson checking in from Paris. And his question is how to slow down playback when having video and audio in linear mode. So currently I have a project here, and I'll put this, the tracks. So when we have our video track, the video track, when we do this, I think is always going to be based on linear mode. So it doesn't really change the time. So, but let me just go to my track control settings and just make sure. Yeah. So the video track is always going to play back at the same time, but if we want our audio track, and the audio track here is set to linear mode, and so let's say as we play.
This is Hamburg, an independent historic harbor city. Hamburg prides itself on its cosmopolitan.
All right, so now if I select this event, even though this event is on a linear track, if I put it into musical mode, and I adjust the tempo down. So let's say we do this, we can see that the audio is going to slow down. The video is going to play back at the same rate, and this will be how this thing.
This is Hamburg, an independent historic harbor city.
If I go from
Hamburg prides itself on its
or if we speed up,
society and a thriving young adult community with many beautiful spots to enjoy urban life. Long and
so if we put it at the original tempo,
Hamburg has always been home to an amazing diversity.
That will be synced. So the video is not going to speed up or slow down, but the audio, if it's even on a track that's linear based, if the event is selected and placed into musical mode, as you adjust the tempo, that can speed up or slow down accordingly. So we see Tim K joining from Zeist in the Netherlands. Great to see you on the Zoom meetup. His cat Buddy is waving a paw to Mark Raven's dog Stella, my cat Steven, and other pets nearby. He has a project open and he's ready to learn. All right, Uno Memento is just saying hi from a cold Finland where it's minus 17 degrees Celsius. It's pretty cold. I think it's around 1 or 2 degrees in Fahrenheit for non-Celsius people. It's primarily Americans, I guess. All right, and we have Cornell on. Wonderful to see Jazz Dude. We have Unum. We also have John Barry from the English Riviera. Said he enjoyed the Zoom meeting. We have Fly V Vince from Winnipeg. We have Darren Flake. Greedo Kenobi just saying hi. Sable Winters, greetings all. It was great to see your picture with you and Nathan at the Grammys. It just brought a smile to my face. Hope you enjoyed yourself. All right, we see Tim Weinheimer joining from Mission Viejo. We have Val joining from Vienna as Y42. We see Nick. We hope that your son is doing better. It was in my thoughts over the weekend. All right. We see Jan from Stockholm. All right, we see Benny from Sweden. All right, Val's question is it possible I can't render and place multiple tracks with channel settings when you have multiple send effects that differ between them? I think that's not a problem, so let's go ahead and give it a shot. So I'll just remove these tracks. Let's put... Okay, so let's say we'll just... Okay, so let's say we'll have our drums. Okay, and let's put... Okay, so let's say we'll put this... All right, so let's say we have... All right, so I'm going to put, let's say, a reverb on all three of these instruments. So we'll add an effects track to the selected tracks. And let me just switch to my mix console here. And let's put a flanger on the bass. Okay, so let me just... And let's put a delay on the piano. Okay, and so listen to this. Okay, so we have... Okay, so we have our effect sends coming on here. Let me just go ahead and I'll select, let's say, the tracks here. So hold down my control or command key, and let's go ahead and we're going to render in place. I'm going to go to my render settings, and we're going to make sure that we have the complete signal path checked. If you have channel settings, that would include the EQ, inserts, and channel strips, but not the sends, and that's what the complete signal path allows you to do. So let's come over. Okay, and now I just chose to, so we hear the reverb there. So we see that all the effects are bypassed. And let's go listen to the bass now. So we hear the flanger. We hear all the effects are... So all the effects seem to be kind of working as expected for me. But let me know, Val, if I did something differently. So again, if I want to take this and I'll just change my settings one more time here so we could see the original versus, so come over here to edit, to render in place. We'll get to the render settings. I'm going to choose to not remove the source tracks. I'll just mute the original source tracks, have that render. And again, we could just see all those kind of rendered as expected. So let me know if I did anything differently than you did, Al. All right, so wonderful St. Michael teams from Weatherford, Texas. Saying hi to everyone in the Cubase Nation. All right, so we see UFO, UAP Canada, Beverly BT. Just saying hello, Greg. It's Beverly, where it's minus 25 degrees Celsius. That's colder. You beat Finland. Well, please stay warm. All right. All right, we have Melaminek sending love from India. Thanks for joining us. All right, and we see Taylor from Music for World Peace Records from Pine Grove, Pennsylvania. All right. My chat field just jumped on me. Let me just... Okay. All right. Ezra asks, hello, greetings from... Sorry, I don't recognize the flag. It's kind of small on my screen. When I import a video for film soundtrack production, it never displays. Only a dark screen, no audio also. So like when we come over here, so let's say if I import a video, and videos are kind of non-standard in their different formats. So let's say if I come over here and I import a video file, so I'll just put this one in, we can see the video. If we play it back, if I hit F8, I could see the video thumbnail window. So, but video, you know, unlike kind of a standard WAV file, video can have what's called a codec. So that's how it compresses and decompresses on playback. So, you know, like a WAV file can be played in any application that has a WAV file. But when we deal with video, you might have to make sure that the codec is supported. So if we come over here, we can say, we'll just do a quick search for video support in Cubase, Nuendo, Dorco. So you may have to get, and there's a number of free, and you'll just see this article will kind of pop up. So we could see there's different codecs and container type combinations. So these are pretty standard. So, but you may have to get a utility. A lot of people use Handbrake as a free utility to convert the video codec from a codec that's not supported into one of the common formats that is supported. So again, just kind of Google video support in Steinberg products, and then you could see which codec and containers are supported right there. Okay. All right, so we see a question from Val. Can we do a macro for bypassing all plugins on certain buses? Example, bypass mix bus and master bus plugins with a macro. So I don't think we need to do a macro. I think we could do it with a project logical editor. So let's say my output here is called stereo. So we want to come over to the project logical editor. I'll go ahead and put some plugins on here. So let's put let's say Black Valve. Let's put frequency, or we'll put like the QP1A. And let's say Razor. So let's say these are our plugins on the master bus. So we want to take tracks that are named stereo and bypass the inserts. So let's see if we can do that. I'm pretty sure we can. So let's come over here to the project logical editor. So project to project logical editor set up. Let's see what it's set. Okay, here we go. Okay, so let's say we want to transform container type is equal to a track, and we can say the name equals or contains like stereo. Okay, and what do we want to do in that track is, let's take our, I think if we go to track operation, we can say inserts bypass enable. So let's say as we come over here, we have this track open. So this track is named stereo. As we could see here, and let's apply the macro, or apply the project logical editor preset. So we could just come right over here. So if we activate it, we can now just bypass those particular plugins. So again, transform, container type is track. We can say name, contains, or equals. And if you use the terminology, if you name it master bus, master, stereo, whatever, you could place all those different naming conventions. And then we want to say track operation, inserts bypass enable. Now we could also choose for this to toggle. So if these are on, I can hit this, it bypasses them. I hit it again and it turns them on as well. So we could enable, disable, or choose to toggle between those different settings right there. So let me know if that's helpful for you, Val. All right, wonderful to see Dallas LaRue checking in from Las Vegas. Great to see you back. All right, so we have Observation Audio. It says greetings from Hollister, California. This is nice meeting you at NAMM. So, yeah, it was great to meet many people at the NAMM show. Glad you were able to make it out. Sorry if the drums were loud. All right, UFO UAP Canada Beverly asks, Greg, can we go over once again? Let's go over grids, beats, bars, quantize. Okay, so let me come over here. So let's say we have an event. Okay, I'll just remove these tracks quickly. All right, so let's say we want to add an instrument track. So let's add a groove agent. All right, so let's say if I want to put, I'm going to create an event here. So one measure, and I'll quickly just we'll generate a drum map from the instrument. So we double click. So let's say I want to come over and say, okay, I want to put in quick pattern. Okay. Okay. All right, so let's say we have, let me just put in, all right, so let's say first one we want to quantize events. So let's say if we have our events here in the part, and let's say this note, sorry, let me just, all right, so this event was a little early, this one's a little late, etc. So these are all just kind of slightly over. All right. So let's say, so now we listen to it. These notes are, so when we want to apply a quantizing is going to take the audio, but primarily MIDI events that are selected. So if I just have one note selected and I hit Q, it's only going to quantize that note. If no notes are selected, this would mean that the event is selected. We could quantize, and what quantize is going to do is we can set our quantized value here, and then when we hit Q, all the notes will shift. So if we see the notes, so we can see that all of those notes will shift based on the quantized value. We can see the quantized value here or indicate it within the editor. Now when we get to snap into grid, what we could do is, let's say if I'm moving this event, we could choose to snap it to the grid, and we could say I want to only be able to move this to the bar, and we could enable and disable snap by hitting the letter J. And we can see that this icon goes off here. So J is snap on or snap off, same key command. So now if snap is off, I can move this event anywhere that I want. When snap is on, I could only move it to the beats. So it's only going to snap to the beginning of the bar. or it's going to snap to the beat. So I can't move it off of the beat. So we think of like the snap and the grid is more for the events, and quantizing is more for the individual notes. And we could also choose to snap it. So if I'm here, we could say if I'm in seconds, I want to be able to snap at the seconds only. So this way it can only be at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 seconds and not anywhere in between. Or we could have that snap to be 1 millisecond. So if we go to samples, we could choose to take a look at our grid in terms of sample. So we could move it down to 192,000th of a second if you want, down to a single sample level. But we could think when we go to grid, that's going to kind of tie into what your master time format is, and then you can just simply snap based on the events with that. So let me just make sure I got all the so let me know if that's helpful for you, Beverly. All right, we see Recyclop on. All right, Lewis asks, hello, Greg, thank you for the awesome work you do for the Cubase community. Quick question, is there a way to add a vocal vibrato to a note that has no vibrato in VariAudio? So VariAudio is going to allow you to trim the particular notes, so like to trim vibrato, but it's not going to allow you to draw vibrato in. So let's say if I'm here, all right, so if we have this playing and we go to VariAudio, what you could do is, so I will select this, we'll go into VariAudio, and now we could see that we could take the pitch within VariAudio, and if we go to the top, we could straighten the pitch, but there isn't really a way to draw in the vibrato. We could tame the vibrato, which is kind of, I would say 95%, most of the time you're going to want to take away vibrato. So let's say if we have just like this particular phrase here, and I wanted to get rid of the vibrato on this particular note, we could do that. But what I've seen some people do, they want to add vibrato, is, just kind of come over and add like a rotary effect. So if you have a vocal that, let me just see if we have, maybe open a project and make something with very, doesn't like that. So even if we want to take a vibrato that was, if we're here in our VariAudio and we've tamed our vibrato, let me just place back, make sure. Before I knew. So let's say we had no vibrato in this long note here. So what some people will do is just simply run an insert effect, such as, and you can do this with offline processing as well, something like a So I'll just come over here to inserts, and I think we go to modulation, we'll see kind of a rotary. And then some people will just kind of run it through like a rotary plugin. And you could adjust kind of the pitch here, but if you wanted to, so some people will just use a rotary plugin to simulate vibrato. So that's another approach, but generally in the VariAudio, we can't draw vibrato in, but I think the vast majority of the times if we want to be able to kind of tame it a little bit. All right, so we see Melominek. Can you throw some light on buses? I'm so confused with this. So a bus is just a way of kind of being able to take multiple tracks and be able to process them kind of as a collective entity, a collective group. So if I take all these tracks, let's say if I want to process my drums, kind of instead of doing the processing on all of the tracks, what I could do now is I'm going to select all of my drums in this project, and I'm going to add a group track to this. So we'll say, okay, now when I come over, we'll go to our mix console. We're going to see our group channel, and as we play, I can now solo all of my drums. I could bring the volume down for all of the drums, and I could also, instead of moving all these, if I wanted to apply, let's say, compression or processing, I could just come right over here. So now instead of having to do everything one by one, I could process all of the drums collectively in a group and apply compression and EQ. So this is often where people would use buses. Now, some people can get confused coming from other programs because, you know, we could have groups that are going to be primarily for like parallel processing and groups, but we could also have something similar called an effects channel. So if I wanted to take all of my drums here and add an effects channel for processing, again, we could come to add tracks and let's add effect channel to processing. So let's say I want to add a reverb. I'll come over here. And when we often work with reverbs, what we could do is come over and we could see our send level. So I could adjust the amount of each of these tracks going to the reverb. So if I don't want as much kick going to the reverb, but I want more snare, so while it kind of functions similarly, you know, when we do this, we could send varying amounts to different effect sends. So, but think of like groups as being able to kind of take multiple tracks together for processing, and you could raise or lower the track. So sometimes I've seen projects where people have 12 kick drums, you know, 8 snare mics, you know, 16 tom mics, you know, rooms, overheads, you know, mid rooms, and they may have like 4 groups of just drums, and they may take those 4 groups, send those 4 groups to another group, and then if they wanted just the drums to be louder overall but still kind of keep their proportionality, they could just move up the group track to adjust the volume. So let me know if that's helpful. All right, Taylor asks, Cubase 12.07, why do my VST instruments in HALion Sonic sometimes sound louder or softer than they are supposed to? In one session, I adjust the volume, then another session, the volume levels are changed. So I haven't really seen, I haven't really come across that, but you know, the volume levels are going to be independent per project. So if I do, one project here. We'll do new project, create empty. And let's add a HALion Sonic. Okay, so let's come over here. Let's say we'll do like one from Amped Electra. All right, so let's say that's our main volume there. So get a sense. And let's save this as all right, and now I'm going to lower the volume as opposed to where it was. And we'll save this as a project. Okay, so I'm going to close these projects and let's open it. So go to a recent project. So we'll say our delete one, which is louder. So we'll activate this. And let's go to the delete 3. And this same voice is going to be softer. So we see that kind of retained its volume settings. So let me know if you're doing stuff like that it's misbehaving. But when you set the volume, that's going to be saved on a track, on a project by project basis. So, all right, Val asks off topic question. Greg, what are your favorite Grammy winners? Mine is Doichi. I'm sure I said that wrong. So I guess I didn't really watch the Grammys or kind of follow up on winners. I know I had a lot of friends that won and people I helped out, but I didn't really go through the list. And I'm not a big award show watching person, so I probably don't have a great answer for that. But I was happy to see Hans Zimmer win for Dune 2, I believe. All right, Music for World Peace Records asks, in the audio system setup, what are the optimum settings for ASIO guard level, adjust for record latency with volume automation precision? All right, so let's go ahead and take a look. So we come over here. Let's go to the studio to the audio system. We'll see these under the advanced options. So if you don't see these, and usually make sure that you have activate multiprocessing. ASIO guard, I usually have it set to normal. I'm not sure why I had it set to low here. The volume automation precision is going to be like as you move, and that's basically going to be, like how much that you can, the distance that you could adjust between two different automation nodes. So some people wanted to have it be sample accurate. In previous versions, it was 8 samples. So you can set the precision here. So if you need more accuracy with your automation, 8 samples is a very small amount of time, but you could adjust that. So I usually leave this if I was doing, maybe something super precise where there's a lot of technical editing with different maybe LFOs type of automation where you're doing lots of quick ons and offs, and if you notice it doesn't sound as tight, then you could adjust the automation precision down to 0 samples. And if you're on the Windows platform, one really key setting here is to use the Steinberg power scheme. We don't really have that on the Mac OS version, but if you just come here, you could just say make sure you have use the Steinberg power scheme, and that will make sure that your CPU is getting kind of full usage and it's not being kind of throttled back to increase more battery life. All right, Val asks, is it wise to have all send effects returns, some in an extra bus, or send directly to master bus stereo out? So it used to be that people would take all of their effect sends. So if we had a number of tracks, so if we have this, that people would take all of their effect sends if they were doing large orchestral projects, and they would want to, and when they wanted to do stems, that we could come right over here and let's say if we have our effect send, so let's just add, let's say more of a, we'll just do a mono delay here. All right, so now when we're here, we could just have this. All right, so let's say, okay, I want like a quarter note delay, so as I play. So it used to be that when we were doing stems, so let's say we had like, strings, brass, that if people would route these all to a group, so we would have a group track. So we come over here, so let's say if we route these to a group track, so we can take the selected tracks to the group, and now the reverb, and so now as we play the track, that and its effect send will be going out to the delay. And people would do that because when they would render tracks, if they, in previous versions, I think this happened in 12, in previous versions, if you used the same reverb on your percussion as you did your violins, that when you rendered the violins and they were sharing the same effect send, that you would hear the effect send from the percussion in your rendered violin part because it was sharing the same effects bus. So earlier versions, people would tend, if you're creating large orchestral templates, to automatically have the effects in a group so that it's isolated to that particular group. Since version 12, I believe it's 12 when this change had happened. Now when you go, if your effects are sent directly to the stereo out or to like a 5.1 out, when it's sent to the main output and you have other tracks that are sharing the bus, when you export the stems or like the group tracks, it's going to exclude the other tracks that aren't in that group that share the same effects bus. So it's not, so in previous versions, a lot of people had its very complicated routing schemes so that they could render their stems and not have the effects returns from other stems in their renders. So you're not hearing the drums going to the same reverb in your vocal. But since Cubase 12, that hasn't been an issue. Not everyone has transformed their templates and routing flows to accommodate that. So I don't think it's as critical if you're sending it to a stereo versus a group as it used to be. Hope that makes sense. All right, wonderful to see Michael Graybill checking in from Dallas. All right, so we see Music from World Peace Records asks, how do I activate Cubase 12 on a second computer? So you would just go to your Steinberg, install it, and you'll go to your Steinberg Activation Manager, and you could have your Cubase 12, 13, 14 license on up to 3 computers. Once you get to your Steinberg Activation Manager, you could come right over here, log in, and then you could choose to activate all of your products here. So just, you'll see like your sign in. So you want to install the program, go to the Steinberg Activation Manager, and then you could just activate it on a second or third computer without any problems. So go ahead and install using the Steinberg Download Assistant, come to the Steinberg Activation Manager, make sure that this, when you go to log in, that this is logged in with your My Steinberg account, and then you could just activate the second or third license on different computers. All right, Visions of Morpheus. Why was no discount given to existing Cubase users on the recent sale? Sometimes, the updates aren't necessarily discounted for a while. There's a lot of people that just paid, like a full price, let's say $99 to upgrade from Cubase 13 to 14. So I think within, 2 months of release that it could be considered that those people might be upset if there's an immediate sale. So generally, it would be like 6 months or so into the product life cycle before there's any sales on updates or upgrades. So, and it's always important to get new customers as well. But, I'm sure that there will be a sale for updates like we did in August and September, where I think it was 50% off for the 40th anniversary. So. All right, so Val says he got Backbone for free through Plugin Boutique. It is awesome. So it's a great drum synthesizer and sound design tool. All right, you see Sable is recovering from the Grammys. That's good. We have Claude checking in from Quebec, Canada. All right, Taylor from Music for World Peace Records asks, Cubase 12 Pro, why won't my line tool draw a diagonal line in note expression volume in a MIDI editor? I'm using the same VST instruments that it worked on before. Okay, so let's take a quick look. Okay, so let's come over here. Let's just have a note. Let's open up our note expression editor by double clicking and make sure my settings. Okay, so we double click here. Let's grab our line tool. So that seemed to kind of work. The line tool also has different types of lines. So if you want, if you're drawing it in, make sure that your line tool is set to line versus parabola, sine, triangle, square, paint. So now if I just wanted to come over here and adjust like that, it seems to work. Let me just, so the line tool, draw a diagonal line in note expression volume in the MIDI editor. I'm using the same VST instruments. So that seems, let me know if I'm misunderstanding, but that seems to work. But make sure that you have the line tool selected, because there could be, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 different modes of the line tool. All right, so we have the artist known as Love watching from Brazil, and just saying thank you for all you do, Greg. So now thanks for being on the live stream, being such a loyal attendee. We appreciate you. All right, Jack Bourne asks, if I have instrument channels with multiple outputs and plugins on those different instances, example drums, the mixer view, the project window doesn't show the blue, yellow line for inserts sends. Okay. So let me just get this set up. So I'll come over here. Let's do just a quick Groove Agent. All right, so let's say this is going to bus 1. We'll send this to bus 2, to output 2. And we'll send this to bus 3. Okay, so we'll move this to the bottom here. All right, and I'll just... All right, so say we have this going on. All right, so we look at it in our mix console. We can see that these are split out. So we have and our kick. Okay, so let's... Okay, so instrument track, multiple outputs and plugins, and there's different instances. Each example drums, mixer view, the project window doesn't show the blue, yellow insert sends. Okay, so let's say I want to go to my sends here. I'm going to add send effect. Okay, so let's add studio delay. Okay, so now our clap. All right, let's set. All right, and let me add an insert, let's say to this, and we'll just throw in a filter on the hi-hats. Okay. All right, so we have inserts and sends. And the question is, the mixer view, the project window doesn't show the blue, yellow for inserts, sends. Okay, so let's say if we're in here, so I'm just kind of raising this up. If I wanted to right click, and let's say we want to switch this to post fader. Here we could switch that to a post fader. Let's go to, so we can see post fader or pre fader. Since that's changing colors, when we go to our inserts, we can move this between pre and post fader right here. So let's move it to pre fader slot, so we can see that it changed. And let me go ahead and just select these particular tracks. So let's come to our Groove Agent channels, and now when I select, and you may have to open up this little view here. So let's say if we want to do it from the inspector, we see our Groove Agent, but now we can see our different outputs here. And you know, here once we come over, we can say, okay, I want to go to, let's say the clap is where we had the delay. So if I want to just kind of scroll down, we could go to our sends, and here's our delay. So as we're doing that, now let's say if we go to the hi-hat, then now we go to our filter. So as soon as we want to, you know, go to our different, our auto filter here, we can adjust that. So it could be, if you're not seeing them from the project window, you may have to just expose them, but it seems like we see it on the mix console. If we come to the multi-out instrument, that we can see the multiple outputs that we've created right here, and then we could switch those between pre and post fader. But let me know if I'm misunderstanding. But maybe it's just this, where you're not being able to go to the different output channels until you open up this by clicking the lower left-hand corner of the multi-out VST instrument track. Alright, so we see Nick just saying his son is feeling much better. It's great to hear. All right, and Jack Bourne just says, hope you had fun at NAMM. It was wonderful to see so many people on the live streams, as well as many friends from all my years in the industry. All right, we see Martin from Germany. Thanks for joining us. All right, Bratman Studios having low sugar oatmeal and cinnamon toast in LA and breakfast with Cubase. Sounds like a good life. Sorry, my chat field jumped. Okay, so we see from Greedo Kenobi, it says, besides the different options available for render in place and offline export, is or could there be any difference in quality between them? So if you have kind of the same options between the render in place or doing an export audio mixdown, I think you would get the same results. So there's not going to be any quality differences between those two. Okay, so Val asks his wife 42 about the render in place. When I select complete signal path, does it also print buses after the track, or is this the plus master effect setting? So the effects that come after the track can automatically be printed as expected. When we go to the render in place settings, so let me just select this, and we'll come over here to our render settings. So if, let's say, this track was going through, 7 send effects, 15 insert effects, all those would be included. When we'd want to use the complete signal path, and where he says plus master effects, is if we had, let's say, compression or EQ on the master bus, and we wanted to include that, the sound of the processing on the master bus into the effects, or into the stem that we're exporting, or the file that we're rendering. So when we say this, that's just going to go through all of the processing and adding with the last option here. That's going to add all the processing in the master bus, or your stereo out fader. Okay, so we see Sable Winters is like number 25. All right, Martin asks, is there an excellent / preferred way in Cubase to listen to an audio track extremely slowly but without pitch shifting as analysis? So if you wanted to take a track, so let me just do a new project. I'll just import an audio track here. Okay, so sometimes we could have kind of different algorithms for, if let's say if we're just playing this particular track back here, I'll take it off. So we come over here to preferences. Sometimes it may not, when you're doing it in real time, it may not have the highest quality algorithm. I'm going to just check. So I think if we go to editing to audio, just see if it's in here. So we could go to, make sure you have kind of like the Elastic Pro, and you could choose your different algorithms, and this is for kind of the default warping algorithm for as we're playing, as we're slowing down something. So if you had older projects, they might default to like a previous algorithm. So again, if we go to your preferences or settings, we'll go to audio, and then you can make sure that this is probably set to like Elastic Pro time, or if it's going to be more vocals, you may get different results with formant preservation if it's a vocal heavy. So there's several different algorithms that you could choose from. But if I want to take this and we place it into musical mode, and I start slowing down, it's down like more than 50%. So let's say we go back to our original tempo. And let's say if I want to go up to 150. Go back to our original tempo. So once it's in musical mode, you can do that, but you could, and if you have Wavelab, there's some really pretty astonishing pitch shifting algorithms in Wavelab, like the Dirac time stretching is very high quality, but this is an algorithm that's kind of designed for dealing with real-time audio playback. Another option could be just to go to the sampler control. There's a different algorithm in here. I'm just going to drag this audio file in. And when we go to we'll activate audio warp, and we can put it into like Spectral HD. So now as we and then if you wanted that to, automatically, if you want to do that with the original tempo, so you could have it maintain the tempo, or you could come over here and try some of the different. So depending on the materials, a different material may react differently to different algorithms. So. All right, so Quellen asks, hey Greg, if I record with DSP, the UR22C effects, do I process the recording away that I could get the record without the effects printed in, or can I disable it later to mix with raw vocals? All right, so let's say if we have a UR, like one of the UR audio interfaces with the built-in DSP, I will come over here. Let me just put this on. Okay, so let's say I want to record a stereo track, so I'm going to add an audio track, and let's say if I just add, I'm going to select my hardware input, come over here. So now we see in the inspector the controls for our UR24C. So the reverb is always going to be monitored. So if we wanted to, monitor with the built-in RevX reverb, and this is going to be powered by the DSP itself. So if we come over here, but we could also, let's say, have, like the morphing channel strip or like pitch fix. So if you wanted to actually do pitch correction on the way in, We could do these, and again, it's powered by the actual hardware. And I think that if we actually just kind of click here, that we could choose whether these are recorded or just monitored. So let me just... So, but this way, there is a way just to, let me just look in, it's in the hardware mixer. Let's come over here. All right, so I think that if we, let me see. So I think if we click here that this would be recorded with the audio, and this is just going to be monitored with the audio. So we could have it, the pre-position is going to record through the audio, but if you wanted to just monitor through the audio without any discernible latency, at that point you could just, I believe if you keep it orange, that you're monitoring, and then when it's blue, and I could be mistaken on this, that you're actually printing those particular effects. So you have the choice whether you want those effects. And when we do this, the so this is just going to be monitored, I believe, and when it's this kind of aqua color, this would be printing. The reverb is always going to be just monitored. So you have the choice of printing the effects or monitoring through the effects only, and being able to utilize any processing afterwards. All right, Legendary Lexi says we need a Dolby walkthrough. So I assume it's maybe getting a project for Dolby Atmos. So let's come over here. Let's say I have a guitar part here. So let's say just a basic guitar part. And when we're working at Dolby Atmos, we want it to be, your studio setup is, we need the buffer size in your audio interface to be 512 samples. And we need the sample rate of the project that you're in to be 48K. And this is kind of simplified to process when we go to your project menu to... we'll go to our project menu to ADM authoring, and then there's a setup assistant. So generally check everything here. This will open up our renderer plugin, and let's say if we're using headphones for Dolby Atmos, we're going to just choose to listen to it binaurally. Now when we go to our track, open up, let's go to the panner for that track, and we could click here to open up kind of the height channels. And if you're listening currently with headphones, if we automate our panner here, we want it to now automate the height. And we can do this for every single track. And then once you have all those elements done, you can now just come right over here. Let's go to our ADM authoring, and at this point we could now just choose to export once we have all of our tracks kind of panned as expected. We'll go to our ADM authoring, and then we could export the ADM file, which is kind of the stems of all the tracks, so that it could be played back on different Dolby Atmos systems. All right, Joe Owens just says, "Hi Greg, I hope you're doing well. If the meter shows the stereo out has lipped, what is the best way to find the times when the clipping occurred?" So you might have to, there isn't going to be like, the meter clipped at this point. So we're going to automatically, go, it's not going to say it clipped at 37 seconds. You could kind of, if you have Nuendo, there is a loudness track that could give you kind of a visual reference, but you might just have to kind of, there isn't an automatic way, if you mix down the file, so let's say if I mixed down this project here, and if you have WaveLab is really good for this type of mastering function. So let's say I'll just do an export audio mix down, and for our post process, we'll open it into WaveLab. So if you do have WaveLab, which you could run as an ARA extension as well. Just let this get mixed out. Just about 10 more seconds, and we'll open WaveLab for this file. All right, so we could kind of come over here, and there's going to be some like different loudness options. So let's come over here. Let's do a quick loudness analysis of the file. So here we could find, we could have this automatically, look for true peaks versus different peaks. And so we can see that there will be some, different loudness standards for different applications. And one thing that you could also do is like when you do a global analysis, so we could analyze the file, and then we could look for overall loudness. But if there was kind of a peak, you could see it in the errors and have WaveLab automatically, let's say, find clipped audio samples, and we can see the result here is 10 different points, and this could automatically point out where those errors are within the audio file itself. So you get a sense of where any clips, but nothing that's built into Cubase to do that, but within WaveLab there's some really great functionality for that. Sacramento is thankful for the ice cream, but he just needs the cream to match with all the ice he has in Finland. Wonderful to see Kerwin Young on from Atlanta, Georgia, and Tony Trunzo from Australia. Thanks for joining us in the middle of the night. And Kerwin's been granted 1 gallon of candy corn ice cream by Michael Teams. All right, so we have Ali joining. Appreciate you being on today. All right, and Ali says, just came here to say Greg is the best. Thank you for the kind words. All right, so we see Darfolds asks, is there a way to set a default zoom to VariAudio on first opening? Always have to zoom in vertically to see the vocal slices. So let's say if we want to come over, we have VariAudio, activate it here on this project. So it could really, so I think it will kind of center things as much as possible. Like, you know, maybe, so we can see that kind of the center of the pitch is kind of opened up in the lower zone as kind of the center to kind of show as much as possible. I don't think that there's a way to adjust that. If we want to carry that over into the main VariAudio, you could obviously see kind of more here with when you're in full screen, and you could just kind of hit the drop down or drop or kind of pop out arrow buttons to be able to see that, but I don't know of a way to adjust it. I think it kind of is optimizing based upon the events that it sees as the segments. All right, we have Hintaris Slekis asks, hey Greg, is there more methods to save Cubase 13 CPU? I know only freezing tracks, so ways of saving CPU or audio performance, one is to freeze tracks. It's probably the first generation method. So we could come over here and freeze potential tracks, and that would render that. If we wanted to take our piano track and still have that available, another method, and we can think of this as maybe an evolution, and I think this is a little more flexible. We could come over here and do a render in place. So we could say, okay, I want my complete signal path and I want to mute the original sources. So I could come over here, let's render in place, let's say our piano part. As we've rendered our piano part, we could see that our original part is still here. We can move it, edit it at free will, just mute it. But we have the audio underneath. We could group these two together just by hitting Control or Command plus the letter G, so that there will be kind of intrinsically linked. So one can't move without the other. So that's probably a more flexible way. I would say, like, render in place, you don't get a lot of flexibility. Then if you have to edit afterwards, you have to kind of, if you did I would say the freezing is less flexible, because if you wanted to edit the original source, you'd have to unfreeze it. Here it's just going to be muted. And there's also, you could just say, I want to take, this particular track and export. And when we do an export audio mix down, we could choose for after export to create an audio track. So once it creates the audio track, at that point, we could disable the particular tracks. My personal preferred method is going to be render in place, because that gives you the choice of what processing options, and it always places it directly underneath the existing event, which is convenient. All right, Val asks, is there a way to see time spent in a project? I had a VST3 for that, but since 14, it always crashes my sessions. So there isn't like a project counter plugin. The one I know of that's free is, I think, the HOFA, HOFA. They have like a little timer plugin, but that may be the one. Excuse me. No. That may be the one that you mentioned. So let me know if that's having problems. but that's the one that I generally would recommend to people. All right, Michael Teams wants everyone to whack the like button. All right, we have Tiago checking in from Newcastle in the UK. All right, we have 808 King joining us. All right, so Voice Studio says, hi, is there any way to add shortcut for add plugins to insert channel? So currently not, and it could be tricky, because everyone could have different plugin sets. So, if you have like a third-party plugin, like the name may not be known to Cubase to set up, but there currently isn't a way that I know to add plugins via kind of keyboard shortcut. All right, next question. In HALion Sonic 7, when I load a drum kit, the keys are not showing the drum name as it shows in the manual, so I have to do something special for them to show. Thank you. All right, let's take a look. So we'll go to HALion Sonic here. Okay, so let's say. All right, so say I want to come here. Just let me check my. Let's see if it's. All right, so so let's see how you talk when loaded drum kit. The keys are not showing the drum name as it shows in the manual. So I know with sometimes I'm not sure if it's on the keys here or if it's in the editor. So let's say if I come here, this works with some HALion Sonic. Sorry, need a coffee. But let's come over here and see, like, I know, like with Groove Agent tracks, we could automatically build the drum map from that. But if it's like a general MIDI map, you could now, when we go to the editor, we could double click and see all the sounds here, based on the general MIDI drum map. So let me know if it's seeing sounds here or you want to see the sounds right here. Now, if you're using Groove Agent, we can load up a kit automatically. And this is kind of a function of Groove Agent. I've seen some HALion Sonic kits do this, but let's say if I load up a kit here, we see all of our drum names that now we could get to the drum map and create a drum map from the instrument. And now when we double click, the drum maps are automatically populated by the instrument track. And if you have like a page in the manual, I'd be happy to take a look at it to see what it's referring to. If you want to send that to me at clubcubase@steinberg.de. Great. All right. Louis Che asks, hello, Greg. Is there a key command to move side to side in the mixer? Let's say channels 1 through 10 are the vocals, and I want to jump all the way to the end of the mixer where the vocal bus is located. Okay, so let's say I'm in the mix console. I have this selected. So you could just use the arrow keys like this. So you can use the right arrow key, the left arrow key. And now I think if we're here, we could also just say to, if we hit Command F, we could say like, stereo. So let's say if I'm here, let me just close this so we can see it a little better. But if I'm in the mixer, just come here, and now I can see all my group tracks. So if I wanted to go to my vocal parallel group, you could kind of see the list when you go to search, and you could even kind of type in. So if I'm just here, let's hit Control or Command F, I think. But if you just click on the magnifying glass, you could just now come over here and say vocal group, and then immediately jump there. So while there isn't a way to perhaps navigate directly to there, if you just click on this, you could type in, okay, I want to go to the bass track, I want to go to group, and then you could just use the up down keys and say, okay, I want to go to the vocal parallel group, and that will immediately navigate you there. All right, so we see Darren just said, did anyone receive their free software from winning the trivia last year? So I sent that in again. For those, I think it was Pablo, Darren, Jazz Dude, maybe Val. But let me know. Email me again at clubcubase@steinberg.de, and I'll chase it up. Sometimes it gets sent out, and I don't get notified of it being sent out. So please send me your requests one more time, and I'll keep trying to get those sent out for you guys. And let me know which title you want, as we've had some updates since then. All right, Yash Desai asks, hey Greg, is there a way to solo and listen to only selected MIDI and audio clips on different tracks? There are other regions in between that I don't want to listen to. So if we have like so let me come over here. So let's say if I'm understanding this correctly, let's say I want to hear this, like only these particular events. So I'm going to hold down my command and say I only want to hear these events. So I guess we could do maybe a project logical editor to, let's say we want to select okay, so if we want only these events to be heard, we could say, let's say transform and we'll say our container type is an event. And and we'll say the property is, it is not set for selected. So we'll say, and then what we want to do is maybe get a track operations and mute. Let's see if that does it. May not be track operations. Let's see if we could select the events that aren't selected, and let's come here for the post process and say mute events. All right, so if I only want to hear these particular events, and let me just try that one more time. Okay, so but I think we might be able to, let me see, let me just try it on one track. Okay, just all right, and try this. All right, so let's say. So it seems like that might work, but let me know if that's what you want to do, and I could work on a Project Logical editor preset and show it for next Tuesday on the next live stream. Sorry about that. All right, so we see from Michael Hovell or Mikkel Hovell. Hi, Greg. I'm trying to tonal match between two dialogues by direct offline processing. I choose a reference event and select a dialogue event I want to match with. When I try to audition the result, there are no differences at all. The result bar is also empty when it's played. What could be the reason? So I'm assuming this is going to be innuendo for tonal match. So we'll come over here. Okay, so let's say if we have,
by sending an email to Club
so this
Cubase
is kind of dialogue on like 3 different microphones.
live stream for December 6th, 20. by sending an email to club. Ask questions in advance by sending an email to clubcubase@steinberg.
Okay, so let's come over here. So we have kind of same dialogue recorded on different microphones. So let's go to our direct offline processing. I haven't done this in a while. All right, so let's say
If you have not attended a live stream before, you can ask questions in advance by sending an email to clubcubase@steinberg.de or by simply typing your questions in the chat field. Today we will be listening to 3 different USB microphones, the Yamaha AG01, the Rode NT USB, and the Shure MV7. The mics will be kept at the same distance from my mouth with no added DSP on any of the mics.
okay, so I've now just kind of clicked here and added that as the reference. All right, let's come over here.
Stream before, you can ask questions in advance by sending an email to clubcubase@steinberg.de or by simply typing your question in the chat field. Today we will be listening to 3 different USB microphones, the Yamaha AG01, the Rode NT USB, and the Shure MV7. NT USB.
Right, so
welcome to the Club Cubase live stream, December
so now
6th, 2021. If you have not attended a live stream before, you can ask questions in advance by sending.
all right, so let me just
At steinberg.de or by simply typing your question in the chat field. Today we will be listening to 3 different USB microphones, the Yamaha AG01, the Rode NT USB, and the Shure MV7. The mics will be kept at the same distance from my mouth with no
let me
added.
just see if I remember the process of this. Okay, so let's say. So now we'll play this.
NT USB. Or by simply typing your question in the chat field. Today we will be listening to 3 different USB microphones, the Yamaha.
All right,
NT.
all right, let me just. Okay, so let's come over here. I'm going to just click on apply to this file here. I'm just going to start the whole process over again here. Let me just.
Cubase@steinberg.de or by simply typing your questions in the chat field. Today we will be listening to 3 different USB microphones, the Yamaha AG01, the Rode NT USB, and the Shure MV7. The mics will be kept at the same distance from my mouth with no added DSP on any.
All right, so let's go ahead and play
AG01. Welcome to the Club Cubase live stream for December 6, 2021. If you have not attended a live stream before, you can ask questions in advance by sending
So
an
now
email
I've selected
to
the AGO, like this file here.
clubcubase@steinberg.de or by simply by sending an email to clubcubase@steinberg.de or by simply typing your question in the chat field. Today we will be listening to 3 different USB advance by sending an email.
All right, let me just.
AG01. Welcome to the Club Cubase live stream for December 6, 2021. At steinberg.de or by simply typing your question in the chat.
All right, now let me try adding another reference. Just trying to remember the mechanics of this, sorry.
By sending an email to clubcubase@steinberg.de or by simply typing your questions in the chat field. Today we will be listening to three different AG01. Welcome to the Club Cubase live stream for December 6, 2021. If you have not attended a live stream before, you can ask questions in advance by sending an email to clubcubase@steinberg.de or by simply typing your question in the chat field. Today we will be listening to three.
All right, so I think we want to take, seems like we want this as our reference. So let me just trash this one more time.
Live stream before, you can ask questions in advance by sending an email to clubcubase@steinberg.de or by simply typing your questions in the chat field. Today we will be listening to three different USB microphones.
Okay, and now
AG01. Well,
yeah, I could have a, if you want to email me, I'll just make sure to add this for, let me just see if I have this event selected. And
AG01. Welcome to the club. AG01. Welcome to the Club Cubase live stream for December 6th.
I'm trying to just remember the process of that. But yeah, if you want, I know I have a video of it somewhere, but I just haven't done it in a while. But I will show it on next Tuesday's live stream. Sorry about that. Okay, so we have a question that says, "Hi Greg, thanks for answering my VST Connect Pro question the other day. You mentioned that a trial version is available, but I couldn't find it on a website. Can you please help with?" All right, so let's look at let's see if it's indicated. Thought there was a trial version of that, so let me just. Maybe they, I was pretty sure that there was a trial because there's so many people trying it during COVID, but maybe the trial version is no longer available. But maybe there's no longer a trial version because usually when we come over to like Dorco, there's the try for free. So sorry about that. Maybe they had changed it, but it's pretty sure that there was a trial version available from the VST Connect here, but it would probably show up. Yeah, so maybe there isn't a trial version anymore. But if you want to send me an email to clubcubase@steinberg.de, I'd be happy to just confirm that. Sorry about that. All right, so Northern Love just says, hi Greg, can we have an option that treats parts like events and vice versa? I use an editor for editing with the normal tools, have to events to part so it can for that to happen, then dissolve them after. So, they're, parts and events are, two separate entities with kind of, distinct workflows. But if we have something that is a part, so let's say if we now double click once we're in the part editor, a lot of the functionality here will be very similar to what we have inside of the project window. So I'm not sure if you need to dissolve the parts or if you wanted to treat them the same, but they are kind of two separate entities, and that's why you may have to come over and switch between the different modes to dissolve part or as needed. So when we come over here, we could see it in the sample editor. But if you let me know exactly why you need to switch back and forth between them for workflow, I could explain that to the team. All right, Roland Stuff asks, hi Greg, how can you automate the EQ as a track is running? For example, make a smooth transition from flat EQ into a section with raised mids and smoothly transition to flat EQ again. All right, so let's just take our vocal track here. I'll open up, let's say, my EQ. So I'll go ahead and we'll automate the track. So I'll just come here. I'm on the outside looking in. You put the close side up on your heart. All right, so now when we go to playback, we'll see the EQ reflect our changes. And I'm left here for 1,000 years and a day. So things should be coming up like right around here. You were the party, the big event. I was your everything. All right, let me just. So as is playing. What did you say? You wished it all away. All right, now we play back. What did you say? You wished it all away, and I'm left. And that's all you'd have to do. So just click on W on the channel and adjust the EQ and automate the changes. All right, so question from Taylor's, the Steinberg power scheme specifically for laptops, or should I use on Windows-based desktop computer as well? So it's more predominantly used on laptops, but desktops will often run into the problem. And again, the concept is the computer companies, hardware companies want to be energy efficient, and energy efficient means slowing down your hard disk, turning off processing cores, slowing down your processor to preserve memory. And those are all kind of bad things for Cubase and for audio performance in general. All right, so you just see question from down the thread. Let me see if I could do a Google Translate on this. Bear with me just for a moment. All right, and I guess it was written in Korean. It says, please also provide a Korean translation. So check on because I think usually the like the closed captioning afterwards can be set for different languages. So I think that's could be set by your particular region. So check if you could, when you're on YouTube, if you click on the CC for the closed captioning, that you should be able to see it in your particular language. So sorry for my ignorance in not speaking Korean. All right, so we see Spa Dog saying hi from Canada. It's great to see you on the great to see you on the Zoom social meetup. And John Barry is just saying to Taylor about the VST instrument volume that some instruments, as John correctly points out, could be controlled by the volume or the modulation knob. Could adjust the dynamics of particular instruments. Wonderful to see Lawrence Koch from Rhode Island. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Troca asks, hey Greg, I feel group tracks are heavier than effects tracks. If I send tracks to an effects track, I can fake a bus comp track right in post fader. So you can. I don't think that there's going to be any difference. So I think if you put the same effects on a group track or an effects, if you're routing to an effect, that if you put it to a group track or to an effects track, that I think you would see any difference. All right, so we see Daniel Schwake asks, hi Greg, when I just got into Cubase, congratulations and welcome to the live stream. But when I do an audio recording, it won't play. So it could be that like as you're doing your audio recording, so let's say if we're here, if you're still set up to monitor, so let's say, we're listening to this particular track, get the right keyboard. So let's say if we're playing this track, and if this track is still on monitor enable, it's going to be monitoring the input path. So a lot of times after people record and there's a preference, you'd manually set this. So you may not hear the track playback if the monitoring is still engaged. And if that's the case, one preference that I like or setting is if you go to your preferences or settings and we go to VST, that you set the auto monitoring style to tape machine. And that way when it's just playing back, it's not going to stay monitor enabled. So make sure that you don't have this button turned on, because if you have that for your monitoring the track and don't turn it off, then at that point that track won't play back because it's still monitoring the incoming signal. So sorry, my chat field jumped. Find my spot. Okay, so I think I'm back to where I was. All right. All right, so we see, is the lock event option available in the Elements version? So let me just reboot in Cubase Elements real quick, and I'll just test. Okay, so if you have Cubase 14 and you want to run earlier versions, if you start Cubase 14 and hold down, I think it's the Alt or Option key. So let's run Cubase Elements 14. Okay, so I'll come here, let's select the event, and let me just see if there's... Doesn't look like the lock events is in Elements. Let me just check in the track control settings. Yeah, it doesn't look like the lock events function is in Elements. Let me just... take a look again. Yeah, so it doesn't look like it's in Elements. All right, let's start up in Cubase Pro. Okay, so let's go to Troca. Just says, Greg, just one more. How would you set up a VST studio settings for a mid-range-ish laptop that I try to keep on battery? You know, what's most important to look at? It just says love from Porto. So, you know, if your battery is healthy, and it could depend on your processor. So if you have a Snapdragon processor, that may utilize more. So, you know, if you wanted to run everything off battery, I would probably come over here. Let's get to your studio setup. You know, having, you know, if you're just playing back tracks live, I would probably go to the audio system. If you're just playing back tracks, you could probably raise the buffer. If you're recording tracks live with a laptop that's not on battery, you may want to just simply run particular tracks, you know, with, you know, so you may want, as you're tracking, lower the buffer size. Some audio interfaces will draw more power if they have more ins and outs, if they have DSP and they're USB bus powered. If you're running everything on power, you know, so if you try to have stuff that's not powered off of the USB bus, that will make your battery last longer. You know, I would still probably activate the Steinberg power scheme, because I think that the performance benefits that it gives you are well worth the extra cost in battery usage. And, you know, make sure that your multiprocessing is active. If you had the volume automation precision down to one sample, that's probably not going to get you a lot. If it's a live performance or live recording, that would be more for mixing, where maybe you're in your studio where you're kind of maybe plugged in, where you have speakers or headphones or a monitoring system. So I would probably, and you can probably just choose the processing precision to be 32-bit float instead of 64-bit. But I think that could be a pretty negligible setting. So, I think that, at the expense of battery life, you may get a lot more processing viability using the Steinberg power scheme. But it could really depend on what scenarios and what functions that you're using during the actual work while you're on battery. All right, so we see Taylor from Music World Peace Records says, a line tool is selected, seems to work for you, but will only make the line horizontal for me. This just started a month ago, worked fine before. All right, so it could be one other thing, Taylor. Thanks for letting me know I was in the right area. So, okay, so let's say if we have a note here and we go into our, it could be that you have one of these, let me see which one it is. I'll just make this. Okay, so there is like a one-shot mode. So try clicking here. So if it's in one-shot mode, it's only going to give you kind of a static value. So even if I have the line tool selected here, I can only set it for horizontal. So try just in the upper left-hand corner where it may be kind of a little bluish. Try clicking there, and then you could draw in. But if this is active, it will only do straight vertical lines. So make sure this area in the upper left hand corner isn't kind of a lightly colored, kind of a little light aqua bluish color, and see if that works for you. All right, we see John Kostigan from Kenosha, Wisconsin, and Razel Zemini from Denmark. All right, Northern Love just says, hi Greg, when I turn my output and gain knobs to 0 on my UR44C, I still hear sound. I have to go into the Yamaha DSP mixer to get complete silence. This must be a flaw. All right, so so I'm not sure if it's in the headphones that you're hearing or, but let's take a quick look. I think I may have let's say we get to our URC output here. So when I go to, let's say if I just play back and I have a UR24, but let me just play back a particular. All right, so let me just sell this, and I'll just turn the volume knobs all the way down. My output, so I don't hear anything. We look at my OBS meter, and it's just picking up my wife's conference call above me. I'll mute my microphone. So no signal from the UR44. And I'll mute my mic and bring the volume up. So mine appears to be quiet. I don't hear it in my headphones. I don't see it in the OBS audio meter is pretty sensitive. I don't see it kind of indicating there. But if you want to send me like a screenshot, make sure that if you're in your URC, if you have effects, let's say you have the channel strip, and let's say you have the drive, all the way up, there could be, different guitar amps that are being utilized, or if you're boosting the EQ, some of those things may add a little bit of noise, but it doesn't seem like it's adding any noise in my UR24C. So it's kind of working as I would expect. All right. All right, and a severe weather alert because it's 50 degrees now in February here, and I think we're going to have an ice storm tomorrow. All right. Okay. All right, so we see John Dellar just saying, hey, hi Greg, greetings from the UK. Just want to say thank you for all your work on YouTube. Most informative and helpful. Thank you so much for the kind words. It means a lot. Appreciate it. So Yash Desai asks, hi Greg, does Cubase include retrospective recordings for the MIDI outputs of routed instruments, example scalar MIDI out going into any synth plugin? So I'm not sure if that is being kind of captured in the MIDI buffer. So if you're not familiar with like retrospective record, I could come over here and let's say, okay, it's like, oh, I wish I recorded that. Then we could come over here and activate the record. So I think it's going to be more buffered from a MIDI input. I haven't tried. So I think that's where it's buffering the data is from like a physical MIDI input. So I'm not sure if Scalar is actually buffering that data. But let's say if I just kind of turn on let's try just running this through like a MIDI insert, and I'm going to move the line down, and let's say if I come, so I'm just holding a chord, the arpeggiator is being triggered, and now let's do the retrospective record. So it's not processed through the particular plugin. It's just going to be what was actually, it looks like what's captured from the MIDI input, like a physical controller. So I'm not sure if the MIDI plugins are actually generating that data into the MIDI buffer or if it's being held into their own buffer. All right, Matt Gloss asks a question. How to delete the sound from a video track and overplay with a recorded track? Okay. So let's come over here. Let's do new project. Let's import a video file. Okay. All right, so let's import. Okay, so we have this video, so we see it with its sound. I'm going to erase the audio file. Let's come over and I will just put an audio file on here. Okay, so let's say this is my mix. I have all my tracks. So what we could do now is export video file. So I could render a new file or choose to replace the audio in the video file. So I'll just come right over here and say delete audio and video, replace. So now when we export the video, we can come to a new project. So that created a new file. So I didn't want to replace it in the original file. I didn't copy it. Let's get to desktop. I'll just come over. Let's do new project. Now let's import the video file. Then let me just delete. Here's the one we just made. And now we could see that we have the audio file that was done there. So once you have the audio, just go to File, to Export Video. We could create a new video file or choose to replace the audio in the existing video file. So either way. All right, we see Gareth is saying hi from Bilbao, Spain to everyone. All right, so we see from Martin, just says, great, but is there a kind of slow motion playback to get all the notes from a reference track? So let's take a look at, let me just mute these. So let's import a quick audio file. All right, so there are like key commands that we could use for kind of play at various speeds. So let me just pop to my MIDI remote. And we'll activate these. So let's say if we want this to be like shuttle play, I think. All right, so let's say if we're if we wanted to just come over, let's say, and I'm not sure if you want the pitch to be the same, but let's say, so let's say we'll do shuttle play. So if you wanted to, let's see if we can. So if you want, so there is kind of a shuttle play, but let me know if you want the pitch to be the same or if you want the pitch to be the same pitch. Let me know if you want the pitch to be consistent and just to kind of slow down everything. But you could also just kind of take it, and if we go to your offline, direct offline processing, and let's say we do a process for time stretch. And this way we could actually kind of choose kind of an offline and say, okay, I want this to be 119 to 99 beats a minute. And now kind of as we play, and if we let's say if we undo that processing, so delete this processing, and we redo it. So let's say I want this to be so we can do like half speed if you want to just listen to it, and then now we delete that. So maybe that would work for you, just doing the time stretching. All right, so you see from Secret Studios, hi Greg, just got HALion 7 and tested this last weekend. I tested in standalone / no DAW. Couldn't figure out how to preview sounds in standalone. Would you please demo? All right, so let me run it here as standalone. All right, so I want to make sure that we have our audio. Okay, so let's say we load up this sound and we're playing. Just check my. So then you could just just double click on the sounds here and you could load. And let's say if we come over, let's say to so now if we come here, So you could just kind of scroll right along here, just double click and load up the sound. Just let me know if that makes sense for you, Jay. All right, so you see Alan's figure out how to move his. This is just thanks for your help last week in moving to start and end points of the loop. Now implement a stream deck with a couple macros. All right, so Tim K mentioned you got a Godin Montreal Premiere guitar from Santa. Sounds pretty good. Congratulations. I think they're wonderful instruments. All right, wonderful to see Vinny Sabatino from Orlando. Great to see you back on the live stream. All right, we have PM O'Sullivan, who's happy to be on at Club Cubase Live. See, Jazz Dude just asking if I'm near to 37,000 questions answered, or even more. I could take a quick look. Give me 1 second here. I'll just look at my other computer. So these are all the questions we've done since COVID. Can't believe it's almost 5 years since. I'm just opening my spreadsheet. So right now we're at 37,819 questions answered. So maybe after next week's we'll cross 38,000. Okay. Thank you for the kind words from Joe Owens and John McDonough Music. And from Choka. All right, great to see Perti Komenen on. All right, so you see from Timothy Forey, yeah, but what if you're panning, sound effects, mix bus processing? I tried to render in place with complete signal path, and it didn't join right. So yeah, I'll just take a quick look. So let's say if I want to put on, let's say this particular track. I'll put on, let's say, a little bit of an EQ, just so we could come over. I'll do something like we'll roll off the low end on this. And let's say we'll have a send. And I'll put on a master effect here. All right, so we have an insert, a send, and a master effect we'll put on. All right, so we have reverb, we have send, insert, and master effect on this. So I'll take this and let's render in place. So we'll go to edit to my render settings. We'll do our complete signal path. And now we'll listen to it. So we could hear the EQ cut off, we could hear the flanger, we could hear the reverb. So it seems like everything is included there, whether it's an insert, send, or master effect. Okay. All right, my chat field jumped. Okay. And, you know, if, you know, you see just further comment on this, it didn't sound the same. It could be that that particular track was then playing back through the master effects a second time. So, all right. All right, Steve Green just says, hi, Spectral, here's a highlight a range in the event, unmix a song for that range. I then unmixed the rest of the event. I have two sets of layers. Can I then merge those layers, vocals with vocals, etc.? So I don't think you could merge it in the layers, but if you drag it to the project window, you could take the unmixed tracks and then just put them onto the same track in the project window. Sorry for yawning earlier, seeing comments on it. Just, I usually would have a coffee, like, you know, for breakfast, but I have that, then I would have to take like a bathroom break, which I'm trying to avoid during the live stream. All right, so we see from Cycling is Awesome. Hi, Greg. How can I work on 3 or 4 different songs within a project, preparing a DJ set so they'll run on the same tempo, i.e. 126 beats per minute? The tracks are either MP3 or WAV. Okay, so I'll just... All right, so say I want to take 3 tracks here, and no, I'm sure it will be different tempos. All right, so let's say we'll jump here. Let me just switch to colors a bit so we know. Okay, so let's say we were to listen to this, we have. So I'm going to do a quick tempo detection on all of the events individually. All right, and let me just. If you speak Spanish, that chorus may be funny for you. It's a whole pretty song about eating beans and the results. All right, so I'm going to do this to my project, and we'll just do tempo detection to my second part. Okay, so we see that this one is faster. And let's do the third event. All right, so we see that they are kind of different tempos. So I'm going to select each of these events, and I'm going to just say, let's see if we can do all three at the same time. Not sure if I've done it this way, but we'll go to audio, to advanced, and we'll say set definition from tempo. So now let's say we were roughly. Let's say we're about 140. So if I want these all to be 140, I'm just going to turn this off and go to my metronome and type in, let's say 145. So now all these tracks will play. So if I wanted to now just kind of come over here, let's say line this up at the end. So let's say, okay, I want this event to come here, and let's start like right after.
Let you know what I'm about.
So now we can just kind of transition from this song. Now if we want to. So we have the original tempos, and we've told it now to use the basis of those beats. So now we could just kind of take these and just work on the transitions. All right, so let's say. So now we could transition into this last song. We can make that transition a little easier. Let's say I want to do crossfade between these two. So once you kind of have the tempo of your projects, you could just kind of mash them all together, even if their tempos are constantly fluctuating. So let me know if that's helpful for you. last edit ended up pretty good. All right. Okay, Ezra asks, adding effects in send or insert, explain it more. Okay, so let's say we have a quick...
I was telling lies about my
All right, so let's say I have an effect in... So when we have effects that are inserts, inserts are going to work kind of in series. So if I take this particular track here, and we put inserts on. So let's say we'll come to inserts. So inserts will be kind of shared, will be going in series. So when I put an insert here, let's say we start off with a delay. So let's add, let's say, a stereo delay. And now we could just kind of keep adding effects. So now if we want our delay to be fed into a filter, so now our delays, our audio is going into the inserts, going into the delay, into the filter, into, let's say, a phaser. So let's come over here to our modulation. And now let's add a reverb. All right, so when we do our processing this way, our track has all these different effects, but realize that our stereo delay is then going into the filter. That sound is then being fed into the phaser, which is then being fed into the reverence. So these are all going in series, so it's going from top to bottom. Now, if we want these to be more parallel, I could come over here and we could add what's called effects channels. So, and then these are what effect sends are. So let's do our stereo delay. So we'll come right over here. Let's add an effect send, channel 1. So let's say our stereo delay. Okay, and let's pop back to our drum loop. We want to now add, let's say, the morphing filter. Let's see if my mouse is... I may have to charge my mouse. Let me grab a charging cable. Hang on. Sorry about that. I had to run upstairs to get my charging cable for my mouse. All right, so let's add our effect to send to. So we'll make this our morph filter. And then let's add a phaser. And let's add the reverence, reverb. Okay, so now when we go back to our track, we could say, okay, so this is our track. Now when we run these all in parallel, we get this sound from our effects send. So we could add more of our delays. Let me make sure all these are. So, but if we run these in, so you hear like the difference in the sound. So we can come over here to our phaser. We can blend these in, but the original source will kind of be intact. If we go to our morphing filter here, and let me just open this up. So this signal, let me adjust my, come here, let's put these on quarter note delays. So instead of these tracks feeding all the effects into each other, kind of in series, we could run all these effects kind of parallel to each other so they're not feeding into the next effect. Now this is also really helpful when we have situations where maybe we want multiple tracks to access the same reverb or delay. And that way I could have one effect send and I could have multiple tracks going to that as opposed to loading the same reverb or delay into multiple tracks. So if you're going to use the same effects across multiple tracks, sends would work out better because you could send varying amounts of those of that effect to be blended into that channel in parallel. If it's going to be set up in inserts, these will be in series and they will just kind of go the sound of this out of this into this, out of that into this, out of that into this. So sometimes most people do EQs, compressors on dynamics and EQs, filters as inserts, and like delays, chorusing, flanging, reverbs as sends. But there's no real hard rule with that. But it can make a difference in the sound quality, as you heard as well, being series or parallel. All right, so we see Northern Love asks, is there a way for new tracks to take on the same name as when they were rendered? Renaming tracks twice is crazy. So it could depend on the settings. So right now we see that if I come over here, let's render this event here. So we see 03 100 BPM. And if I render that in place and we go to our render settings, let's say if I do my channel settings, that now it'll be rendered and it will carry the name over. It's when it goes through external processing. Now the name of the file will take into account. So let's say if I come over here now, let's select this. I will unmute the event. And when it's using so we go to render in place, we go to our render settings, I won't use a specific name, and we do the complete signal path. This is when it'll get called the stereo R, so I know it's kind of a silly thing. I'll mention it to the team again. I've mentioned it several times that it should keep the same track name, but the event name is the same, which is probably more critical. But so you could just rename the event. I know it's kind of a nuisance to have to do all the time. All right. Well, everyone will say, hey, hello to Pablo, drummer of Hot Mess. All right, Northern Love says years back you could select a VST preset in the inspector. Now that is impossible anymore, as well as presets don't show up in Cubase above the VST in the menu except stock plugins. So it really just matters. It really matters if the plugin is using earlier versions of Cubase used FXP, FXB, like FXP presets for effects, and FXB, which is a bank of presets. Now it's a VST2. There's kind of a unified VST3 preset names. Not all companies employ that. And when those third-party companies don't use VST3 preset names, they don't show up. So it's not just stock plugins. It's companies, if they choose to implement the full capabilities of VST3. All right, Choco's saying, quite a voice, Greg. You could do radio easily. So I guess I could put my son to sleep at night reading books to him as well. All right, but thank you for the compliment. So, all right, so Val says, lots of questions today. I love it. Learning never stops. All right. All right, so there's just seeing comments about the reference track. Says in order to select a reference, you select the event you wish to tonal match, and then the plus button. All right, so let me try one more time. The Nuendo reference, I've given our stab quickly. Sorry for my brain cramp. All right, so let's come over here. Let's see if I can overcome my brain cramp from earlier. Sorry about that. Okay, so Mikhail just saying, I think you need to select the event before you add it as a reference. So let me come here. AG01. Welcome to Steinberg.de, or by simply typing your question in the chat field. Today we will be listening to 3 different USB microphones. The Yamaha AG01. Okay, there we go. NT. All right, so we added so I just selected the event first and added that as the reference. And now select this event and it's Steinberg.de. Or by simply, and you can see, even though like someone had mentioned about level matching, so if I listening to 3 different USB microphones: the Yamaha AG01, the Rode NT USB, and the Shure MV7. So that's where we were. The mics will be kept at the same distance from my mouth, with no added DSP on any of the mics. It'll be interesting. So now we could listen based at Steinberg.de. So even though it's a different level and different gain, or by simply typing your question in the chat field.
Today we will be
That's
listening
original,
to
so
three
you hear how
different
kind of
USB
nasally
microphones,
this
the
mic is
Yamaha
compared
HALion, the Rode NT USB
to this one.
by sending an email to Club Cubase.
So now I do
the
this.
Yamaha HALion, the Rode NT USB, and the Shure MV7. The mics will be kept at the same distance from my mouth with no added DSP on any of the mics. It'll be interesting
again-
to hear the differences of these three mics.
So I think it works
AG01.
really well for the. So again, it looks like we select this, add that as a reference, and then come here, and I'll just do this whole process again. Make sure I'm saying it correctly. So let's say this is our
Cubase
file,
at
and we can see that they obviously aren't level matched.
Chat field. Today,
So let's select this, go to the tonal match, and I'm going to just delete the current reference. So we select this, and now we click on the plus sign. Let's come here, add the tonal match plugin again,
it's by sending an email to Club
and
Cubase
then
at Steinberg.
this is tonally matched.
or by simply typing your question in
So
the
if we
chat
cut,
field.
we go back to the
Today
original.
we will be listening to three different USB microphones, the Yamaha AG01, the Rode NT USB, and the Shure MV7. The mics will be kept at advance by sending an email to Club Cubase phones. The
Here
Yamaha
we go to
ask
this
questions
one.
in advance by sending an email to Club Cubase at Steinberg.
If I want to tonally match
or by
this.
simply typing your question in the chat field. Today we will be listening to three. The mics will be kept at the same distance. Email to Club Cubase at
If we
steinberg.de.
cut that,
or by
we go
simply
to the
typing your
original.
question in the chat field. Today we will
Let's
be
select
listening
this.
to three different USB microphones:
Cut.
the Yamaha AG01, the Rode NT USB, and the Shure MV7. Questions in the chat.
So I think it's actually I'm just like super impressed with the quality of the tonal match for dialogue, where you're trying to match lapel mics and shotgun mics. So thanks for the tips, guys, and insights for my brain cramp. All right. All right, so we see okay, so we see went ultra high-tech level. I reverb, use this side of Cubase. Doesn't fit my setup workflow, but I imagine ultra useful for those who use it. All right, so we have Octavius from Toronto, and using Cubase Pro 13th, Windows 11 64-bit UA X8 as main audio interface. Try to make cover and remix songs. Tempo match does not work for all songs. So when you do a tempo match, like as you see here, so I'll just do a new project here. So just import quick audio files. Let's say. When you do a tempo match of a particular event, so select this and we'll do our tempo detection. It puts you actually in a mode where it gives you the warp tool. So, and the intention is that now we could come over, and as we have our warp tool, that we listen to it and kind of audition. And if we need to make adjustments, that we have the warp tool here, and we could adjust the different tempo detection statements, or like the tempo points. As needed, just to make that ideally kind of perfect. And when you make an adjustment here, it will kind of do an analysis from that point later to make the tempo detection more accurate. So, if you wonder why it kind of puts you in this mode, it's because it's intended to kind of listen to it and make adjustments as necessary. All right, so Troka just says he jumped from Cubase 11 to 14. It's an amazing jump. All right, in Holland, it's a Tay Emmanuel jumped from 12 to 14. All right, so Troka just says modulators might be overkill for my setup, but eventually he'll try. I think with the modulators, it's like one of those things, once you kind of start digging into them, you kind of, start using it on so many more tracks than you ever thought that you would. It says it doesn't really need the new left tab channel thing, but there's a huge difference in CPU and performance. Michael Teen says hit the like button. If you have not, it keeps the stream going. It's a great resource that no other DAW has. All right, so my chat field just jumped. Okay, so FlyV's question, what is there to do in editing an audio sample in Editor? All right, so there's a couple things that we could do. One is obviously we could do like your VariAudio. We could come over here and set up kind of audio warping. So if we're to the point where if we wanted to do like free warping between two different areas, we could say, okay, let's just stretch this and have it snap to the grid. If you want to do lots of hit point detection, so if I want to come over here and edit hit points, we could find kind of their overall threshold for sensitivity and their intensity. We could then turn these into slices. I could take these particular slices and turn them into like a groove quantized template. I could create markers based on each of those. I can make regions or events, warp markers, or MIDI notes. And then there's also where if we wanted to do just quick processing, we could say, okay, we want to, do some of the basic commands, or if we want to add just, doing a fade in, fade out on a range, I could just come over here and say, oh, let's just fade in there. So a lot of our offline processing we could do in the sample editor as well. All right, wonderful to see Michael Marshall from Somerset, UK joining us. All right, Roland Stuff says, brilliant, Greg. Thanks for explaining EQ automation for me. The pennies just dropped from you about how much you could do with track automation in Cubase. Thanks again. So you're welcome. All right, so we have OB Licks Original Music checking in from Quebec, Canada. Thanks for being online with us today. Michael Antcliffe asks, will upgrading from Cubase Artist 13 to 14 result in any hassles or will be seamless? I think most people have found it to be pretty seamless. No problems. All your presets carry over very easily. Your Cubase 13 is still intact. It doesn't affect that in any way. So I think you'll find it very transparent, easy, seamless upgrade. Algis Reminauskas asks, hi Greg, when Nuendo 14? So I think we'll probably hear some more information in a couple weeks. So keep your ears open, keep checking the Steinberg website, and but it's coming along very nicely. Josh asks, hi Greg, can you explain reverb panning, send to panning? It seems like when I use reverence, I can never completely pan it to the left, only if I pan the whole effect bus. Okay. Okay, we just just look for, import a quick file here so we can hear it well. Okay, so I'm going to take this guitar part and we'll drag it. We just Okay, so I'm going to put this on a stereo track. Okay, so we have a mono guitar part here. Okay, so let's remove these. All right, so let's say. All right, so I'm going to add an effects channel track. So let's put it on reverence. Make sure it's in stereo here. And I'll just put it in like a bigger room here. Okay, so now let's come over here and we'll go to the panning. And we have our reverence here. And I'll just give it more. So now the reverb is only in the left channel. So now it's in the... So we could also put it in our combined panner. So I can place the reverb in the left channel. Reverb's panned only in the right channel. Only in the left channel. So no reverb in the left. So just treat it like that. Let me know if that makes sense. All right, Michael Teams has granted my family 1 gallon of Kahlua mocha ice cream. Sounds good. I'll be in Maui on vacation in April, so I look forward to lots of Kahlua mocha ice creams there. All right, Steve Green asked Greg, Cubase 14 in studio audio connections output. Even though my interface is listed, Cubase does not allow me to connect, but I still can hear my projects. Any thoughts? All right, so it could be like when I go to my audio connections, I have my output set to not connected because my outputs are being routed through a monitor in the control room. So if I turn this off and we go to play, I don't hear anything because there's no connection. But when I go to my audio connections, if I go to my outputs here and I set this to my mix left, right. But if this isn't turned on and my control room, and we go to add monitor. So when I go to my control room, now my outputs could be disconnected, but it's going through my control room. So you can hear it if it's being routed through the control room. Okay. So Northern Lab says, hi Greg, I'm specifically asking if there could be an option to have the part editor show up rather than the event editor, the normal one. I prefer to do edits and cuts below. To do this, I have to make an event to part, etc. Let me just see if there's any preference. Yeah, I'll pass it along as a feature request, maybe for a preference. But I think the concept is that parts are multiple audio events kind of together is how most people utilize them. But I'll pass it along so that you don't have to kind of go through the process every single time. Just... All right. Sorry about that. All right. So Sunny Red Who asks, when connected to the control room, there is no audio output. Can you fix it, please? So one, if you're in the control room, so I'll just kind of jump here. All right, so one is make sure that you have it set to mix here, not to like a cue or to an external device. So what you're monitoring will come in here, and then you should be able to adjust the control room volume and make sure that your audio connections are set correctly. And if you want to send me a screenshot to clubcubase@steinberg.de, I'd be happy to take a look at your setup. All right, Cornell asks, to use VST Connect, do both parties need to buy the same version? So if it's the person that you're recording that's being recorded, they don't have to buy the same version, but they have to be kind of at the same version that you are. So if they have an older version, they may have to update to the latest version. But it's just the audio engineer. If you have VST Connect SE, which is part of Cubase, you could do 2 tracks. If you want to do more tracks, you could use the VST Connect Pro. But the person that's being recorded, they don't have to purchase anything. It's a free download. I think if they're on iOS, it's I think $4.99. Maybe if you're running it off an iPad. All right, so we just see from Northern Love, I believe I could do this before. Perhaps I'm confusing with the old Acid Pro from back in the day. I don't use the event editor except for VariAudio. All right, so Troca just says, Greg on a battery laptop question. Sorry for not detailing. It's a Babyface Pro track. Tracking 2 line ins and ADAT powered by itself, tracking 6 to 8 clocking in the setup. So would you suggest powering laptop when tracking, I'm guessing? So I'm not sure when you say it's powering itself, if it is powering off of the USB bus. then that could take a lot of your battery, so like sometimes people think that, iPads are amazing. They can take an audio interface, and then their audio interface that they take is draining so much of the battery that, it's like, cool, I got 40 minutes of use, because it was powering off of the USB bus. So, I mean, if I had the choice for anything mission critical, I would always bring a power supply for the laptop, personally. All right. And we see the Jazz Dude just mentioning that Army draws serious power from the laptop. Always keep the power supply. All right, wonderful to see Mark Rabin on with his dog Stella. Everyone give Stella a big woof. Okay, reading through comments. Okay. Let's see, Matt Gloss says, thanks, Greg, for answering my question. Much appreciated. So, always glad to help. Fly V says, he can't wait to go pick up a pizza after our live stream today. That sounds good. Jealous. Mark Rabin is wondering what pizza toppings Vince is going to get. I like pineapple and green pepper, which I know is blasphemy for many people. Okay, read through comments. All right, so Sunny Red Who asks how to set up the control room. So what I always do is you get your audio connections, you want your output, and you want to have like the bus defined, like a stereo out, a 5-1 out, whatever configuration you're using. Most people are probably stereo out, and then not connected. We want to go to the control room, make sure that it's powered on. We want to right click and add a monitor. You could type in a name. So let's come over here, let's add monitor. We can now just come over here, say, okay, this is our HS8 speakers. And we want to come over and make sure that we define our output ports where we're connected. Now, when we have our different monitors, I could now just come right over here and switch between, let's say, my HS7 to my HS8. So we could switch between 4 sets of monitors. We could have our monitoring level here, and this will be independent of, so if we watch the mixer, we switch over to the mix console and watch this channel play into our master fader, I could adjust the monitoring level without affecting the gain structure of the mix. And that's kind of the quick way of getting the control room set up so that we have an independent monitoring level from the gain structure of the mix. All right. Yeah, we see Jazzy just reminding everyone that there will be no stream this and next Friday. I have to be at some educational conferences. All right, so Benny just asked a question. Is it possible that when I record MIDI that Cubase automatically removes empty space before and after MIDI signals? Hope you understand what I mean. So let's go ahead and just add an instrument track. All right. All right, so I think that there is a preference for recording MIDI that maybe it'll be snapped to the bar line. So let's say if I'm here, if we go to record the MIDI, that we could snap the events to the bars. But let's say if I'm recording here, all right, so it's going to start, and I play this. And now and let it go. I think it's going to maintain kind of the width of the recorded area. So I'm not sure if that there's a way to automatically kind of optimize it to get rid of, so if you're looking to get rid of empty space, I don't know of a way to automatically do that. I guess we could maybe come over, let's try putting it in in-place editor, select all events, parts to, let's see if we come here, select that, and we say parts to events. And let's close the editor. And let's see if we could. So we might be able to make a macro to trim based on the events. So let's say if we come here. Let's see if we come here and say move event start. So if we do a split at cursor, so say we go to functions and we say split at cursor, delete, go to here, split at cursor, so we go to functions, split at cursor, delete. So I think that we could maybe make a macro to do that. So let's go ahead and see if we could do that. So I'm going to, let's try and make a macro, see if we can do this expediently. All right, so let me we'll open the in-place editor. right. All right, and then we want to select all notes. So we'll say locators to selection. Let's close the editor. Okay, so let's go to left locator. Just come here. So let's add a command. We want to split at cursor. Let's add that command. We want to navigate, I think, to the left. Delete. Let's navigate to the right locator. And then split at cursor. All right, so let me see if we could do this. We'll try running the macro. I'm sure I messed something up, but it would be something kind of along the lines of this. Nope. So I'll see if I can get that nuance, but let me know if that's kind of what you want to do, and I can see if I can get the macro tweaked for you, Benny. All right, great to see Michael Pierce on. Wonderful to see you on the Zoom social last week. Okay, so Tim K is with all the questions being indexed, how hard would it be to compile clips for best of? Not that I know how. Might be nice during gap sessions, not trying to be demanding. So yeah, it's always hard for me to know what is the best of, you know, if you let me know what the best parts are, I could even kind of replicate it in separate videos as well. But what's the best to me may not be applicable to someone else. But if you have what you think is a cool thing you want a separate video of, I'd be happy to create that. All right, Jazz Dude says, Greg, please explain the VX instruments in HALion Sonic 7 and what is the flex phraser if you have time. All right, so we come over, let's say we have our HALion here. And when we want to have like more realistic instruments, I'm going to add just a new instance of HALion Sonic. We have often instruments that will have like multiple articulations, may have a suffix of VX. So if I come here, we can say, okay, let's go to a nylon string guitar. Okay, so now when we go to play, let me just knock my controller down an octave here. I could switch between different articulations. So if I wanted the guitars to be muted here, or do kind of like hammer on. Or if, let's get to, like, we'll try just fretless bass. Let's try just strings here. So now when we're playing strings. So now if I come here. I can do tremolo. So the VX will allow you to have different articulations, like for long or short notes. And now when we want to get into like the flex phraser, which is a great thing that was introduced in HALion Sonic 7, if we come over here to MIDI, we could just see, I think if it's maybe under edit program, we could activate the flex phraser. And what this is going to allow us to do is we could come up with like just great arpeggiators. So I'm going to say, let's look at strings. I want to do maybe general strings. So let's do like so we could just kind of come over here and let's say I want these to be kind of more eighth note based. So now I just hold down a chord and we could do different arpeggiators. And what's great about these is you don't necessarily have to follow the specific instruments. So let's say, okay, I want to do more. So even though we're playing strings, you may say, okay, let's do like a guitar arpeggiator. So now I'm just playing one chord and we could have different arpeggiators that are and come up with like really good musical ideas using the flex phraser. So again, to get there, go to edit, and then you could just activate the flex phraser, turn it on, and then there's all sorts of great phrases to kind of work with inside there. All right, so we see Mark Rabin says in how to use the jam mode. I'll probably forget this. I haven't done this in a long time. And this is in kind of the full Groove Agent version. So let me come over here. Let's activate. one of the libraries here. All right, so let's do a little Simon Phillips. Okay, so let's say we have our pattern going on here. Try something a little more. All right, so let me see if I remember. So I think that when we're in jam mode, that I can now hit this, and when it's done, it automatically goes back to our original drum. So if I have this pattern playing, and then if I just do a fill, then goes right back without me having to reset the jam mode. And if I hit, let's say if I hit the ending, let's say if I start off, it'll go to the first one. Then when I just press a pattern, it'll go there and automatically go back to where we were. And then if I hit an ending pattern, it will just stop. So this way you can kind of hit one button like while you're playing guitar or bass or keys if you're live and have the jam mode. So without that, when I come over here, and I would have to kind of hold this button down and then switch. And this would just keep repeating instead of just playing once and immediately going back. So that's what the jam mode allows you to work with. All right. All right, Mark Raven just says that's a really nice crossfade there, Greg. Yeah, sometimes great crossfades just happen by chance. All right. All right, wonderful to see Gerald Ely from Martinez, California. Glad you can make it today. All right, so Clayton Van Klug asked, I recently got gifted Cubase, but it's iPad. Am I in the wrong neighborhood? So that's probably Cubase's. So a lot of the stuff that you see here will probably be applicable, but I don't really have the ability of showcasing Cubase's on iPad for a live stream, but that's probably Cubase's, but a lot of the same type of functionality will be applicable. And congratulations on your Cubase's gift. I had to buy mine. See, Michael Pierce just says that he's been using multiple effects tracks to provide multiple delay lines to feed single reverbs. Been interesting. Can compress and EQ each separately as well. Fun. Thanks for your email, Val. See, Tim K says his voice used to work well for the kids too, but he used to be able to put my ex to sleep too. All right, Cycling is Awesome says, when I load a song downloaded from Amazon in Cubase, the master meter is beyond 0 dB red area. Do I have to lower the volume so there will be no clipping when I work with this song in a project? So generally, if you don't hear the clipping, I would say that you're probably okay, because there's, how the audio engine works inside of Cubase is once you have like once an audio file is playing and you modify it in any way, like 1/1000th of a dB volume gain, once there's some modification to the audio, not necessarily like a physical audio, like a physical edit, but just as long as it's like a tiny bit louder or softer, it's not playing the exact original, then everything will be working in 32-bit or 64-bit floating point resolution, depending on your settings. So I would say you're probably okay. Let's see, Flyvy is pineapple and pepperoni, so I usually get that for my family. So it's a compromise. But I think that's a great combination, Vince. Okay. Wonderful to see Graham Witcher on from Oxford. All right, sorry, my chat field just jumped. Okay. All right. Stevens Dave Funky Jorson asks, how can you remove favorites from the favorites list in MediaBay? All right. So let's say if we have favorites list, I'll come over here. Let's get to my file browser. I want this to be my favorite. Okay, so let's jump back to my favorites. And we'll see B-Box. So let me just jump here. And I think if you just click on the X, it said, do you want to delete the favorite B-Box? So as you hover over the favorites here, you could just see like the X, and then you could just click right there in the X and remove it from the favorites folder. Right, Plumpy says, I have Cubase 13 Pro and Nuendo 13. Should I just wait for Nuendo or just get the latest update to Cubase? I would say, if you're in like a big hurry for the new functions, maybe get the Cubase trial and then upgrade Nuendo. I'm sure Steinberg would like me to say upgrade both. But I think if you wait for Nuendo 14, that you'll have all the functions of Cubase 14 as well. All right, Lewis asks, Greg, if I do analog summing and I come back to a print track in Cubase, do I need to check anything related to delay compensation? So usually it's not, there could be some people I know will set up like will set it up as an external effects. That way there could be delay compensation. A lot of times when you're doing a print track, it's not necessarily so critical that it's perfectly in sync with the source tracks. So if you're doing a print track, you're probably at that point just going to be sending that print track, and that print track, since it's already you're sending it out for something and recapturing it, it's probably not going to be blended again with the original source tracks. So I know a lot of people don't bother to, play their print track with the multi-tracks, or they could line it up. But it's usually not as critical where you're mixing multiple elements together, because everything is kind of captured in the print track. So that would be my thinking on it. All right, Greg, is there a way to prevent moving tracks by accident when doing heavy editing? It depends on how the track was moved. So let's say if we have this particular track, and let me just add an audio track or two here. So if I move this accidentally to another audio track, I guess we could, if you wanted to prevent that from happening, I guess if we come over here to, let's say, our guitar track, and you see this little padlock here on the track, so now we can't accidentally move it. So you could actually kind of just choose to lock the track in these events, and the heat of battle won't get affected. All right, Greg, is there a quick way to remove all the moments of silence in the wave tracks? Okay, so let's say I have this. All right, so say I have this, and I'll just I'll just quickly bounce selection. I'll come here. So let's say I want to remove the silence. What we could do is come over to audio, and I think if we go to advanced, you'll see detect silence. So now what we could do is come right over here and process. And now we could remove the silent areas of the audio file. Okay. Okay, reading through comments here. All right, we see Tim K has to head off, called early night. All right, so a question. Hello, when I write automations, is there a way to have guidelines as displayed in the automation snap to the starting point before changes in the automation? Okay, so let's say if we take a look at our automation here. Okay. Okay, so when I write automation, is a way to have the guideline that is displayed in the automation snap to the starting point. So if we want, let me just quickly remove the show data on track. So if we want, if we have this automation point here and we want to snap that to the grid, I think if we just move. So let's say if I just kind of come right over here and I have my snap turned on. So let me know if this is kind of what you want. So let's say we have our automation node, and I could just kind of have it snap directly to the grid. So if I have an automation node here and I want this, we can see that we could just kind of magnetically almost snap that to the grid. So let me know if that's helpful. All right, so you see from Steven, Stay Funky, just says, I was too hasty. You can remove a location from the database, but the favorite name is still in the list. Yeah, so try again, just kind of pop over here, hover over, and click in the X in the upper right-hand corner. All right, so we have Ian Rushmore. Great to see you on. Hi, Greg. Hi, all. I really like the clip volume envelope, but I'd really like the same modifier key functions as automation. Example, holding control to move a node, but it holds the value or position when moved. Okay, so let's take a look. All right, so let me just... All right, so let's come over here. So let's say now we're on our draw tool. Just want to put an automation node in here. Okay, so we have some automation nodes. I'm saying the modifier keys is automation example, holding control to move a node, but it holds the value of the position. So let's see if I hold down the control. So let's say I move this node here. So let's see if it's going to move it vertically. So now that I've moved it, so I'm holding down a control key. I'm not sure if this is more with kind of constrain the direction, but now that I'm holding down a control key, it's not snapping. So I'm going to turn my snap off here. So I move it. Let's say I move it up and down first. So I move it vertically. And now with my control key, I'm restricted from moving it in time. I could only move it up or down. And let's say I move it horizontally. Now holding down the control key, I can't move it up. To change the value, I can only change the time. So it seems like the modifier keys, let me just confirm that they're the same for automation nodes. So if I move this up, so I'm going to move it up, then hold down. Now I can't adjust it earlier or later in time. If I move, so I move it vertically, I can only adjust it on the vertical axis. If I move it left or right, and then before releasing the mouse, hold down Control or Command, I can only keep it at the same value. I can only move it horizontally. So it seems like it's consistent there for me, but let me know if I'm misunderstanding. All right, so I see Benny just saying yes, that's what he wants to do. So I'll work on the macro for next Tuesday. All right, so Sid East just says, "Hi Greg, how's it going? What is the best, quickest way to extract stems from a piece of audio, i.e., drums, music, vocals?" So it's going to be utilizing Spectral Layers Pro. So let me just, I have some that I can't play. I was playing at NAMM. I have one that's kind of already done. So let me open up a quick project here. All right, so once we take it as we go to the extensions on the track or the event level, we'll come over here. We want to run it in Spectral Layers. You'll see kind of a modules menu, and you'll see unmixed song. And I've kind of done this in advance already. So let's say for here, just to give you kind of an idea.
My mind went astray, like a love at first sight. I had nothing to say.
And then if we wanted one of these layers, like the vocals on the project, we could just drag and drop, and then we could just have the vocals isolated on their own track. So I think Spectral Layers is just a wonderful program for that. All right, let me jump to a couple quick questions that we had mailed in. All right, so we had just how to create a harmony from a vocal track. Okay, so when we are creating harmonies from vocal tracks, it's always a great idea to have the chord track first. So let's say we're listening to our project here. And if we go to like our VariAudio and we figure out Alright, so when we want to create a quick vocal harmony, so I'm going to do now. So let's say that last phrase, and a day, I want to just select that, and since we know what the chords are, and we could extract the chords from an audio or a MIDI part, we can now come over here to audio and choose to generate harmony voices. We could generate up to 4 voices at once. Generally when we do this, you just kind of bring it down so it's not as loud as the lead vocal. So we'll just kind of come right over here. So we can now So again, once you have the part, you go into the VariAudio so it knows kind of what harmonies, and if you want to change the harmony voices, if you go to chords, you could say, okay, I want to go from a soprano, let's say, to a tenor, and now we could just have different harmonies. All right, so you see, question, I came across a thing I'd like to explore. When working on an album, I usually have all songs in the same project, each with its own cycle marker. This helps because I can switch between songs. One click, it's more efficient for audio mixdowns and useful during the revisions. Because if a customer asked me to make the snare fatter on all songs, I can get the job done for all songs in one EQ move. However, it's very common having someone say something like, make cowbell on song 11 louder at 32 seconds or in 3 minutes, 22 seconds. Since I have all songs in the same project, every time I need to go to a specific time on a specific song, I need to, 1, locate the cursor at the start of the cycle marker, 2, go to project set timecode at cursor, type 000, press enter, then select no, and press enter when asked whether I want to keep the project content at their current timecode positions. After doing this, my time display is correct for song 11, and I could easily type in 32 seconds or 3 minutes, 22 seconds and perform the required tasks. I have a macro that gets me to step 3. Is there a way to perform all 4 steps with one click? So sometimes that last step of hitting OK or entry isn't really covered in a macro. Now, something else that may be an interesting way of doing this is, let's say if we have like the whole song, like if we have, let's add a marker track, and I'm just going to double click, so say we have like the whole song set as a range. So when we come here, we could just say, and we have our time here set to seconds. Here we could actually just come over and try adjusting. Sometimes you could see like the range amount, so sometimes you could see like the range length and be able to kind of navigate within the range length, but I don't know of a way to, sometimes that last step in the macro can't be executed. All right, next question. Greg, I have some 4-track cassette recordings that are 30 years old or more, and I'd like to re-engineer if possible using Cubase. These recordings were made on a rented Tascam 4-track here back in the 90s. I don't have access to 4-track cassette decks, so I tried dumping the tracks into Cubase via a regular cassette deck. I know that a regular cassette deck plays at about half the speed that these recordings were made, no problem. I think I could just tell Cubase play everything back in tape mode twice as fast, and pitch and tempo will be adjusted accordingly. There's one other problem. 2 of the tracks must get transferred into digital domain in reverse. They have to be played back in reverse because that's the only way the 2-track cassette deck can access playback the tracks. No problem. I figured I'd just process the audio and flip them around. Then I should be able to sync up all the tracks, and I will be on my way to remixing these old treasures. But there was a problem I didn't anticipate. There was significant tape speed drift between the 2 sets of tracks. I think it's likely relates to the fact that half of the tracks are being transferred in reverse. So I can't just flip the backwards tracks and line them up with the ones that are right way around. It doesn't work. I'm wondering if there's a way to use the tempo detection function in Cubase to generate hit points in the tempo map for tracks 1 and 2, the right way around ones, hit points and tempo map for tracks 3 and 4, the reverse, and record it and then flip one and then use the tempo function in Cubase to force all 4 of them to align to the same project tempo. Any thoughts you have on this? So one of the things that you could do if it's like WoW and Flutter, so you might have to go in and on the reverse tracks just start doing some free warping. So consider coming over here, like where you need to move stuff around. You could play, go to the warp tool, put it into free warp. You can place markers, and then as you need to move different elements, you could do that. One other thing that you could do is, you put it into tape mode already. And once it's in tape mode, so let's just do a quick new project. And once it's in tape mode, you could just change the tempo and like where it is actually faster or slower. So, make little tempo changes. So let's say if I'm here, I switch this algorithm to elastic tape. While this is playing, as I adjust the tempo, so we put this in musical mode. So when you have to have like tapes that are playing back at the wrong speed, slightly change the tempo, and then you could get the same pitch. But you might have to do, on the reverse tracks, try free warping it and manually do it. It's one of those things that you may put off for 4 hours, and it takes you 30 minutes to do. But if you have the tracks, I would love to have that scenario to try or show on a live stream. All right, so with that, we are out of time. I want to thank everyone for all the lovely questions. I hope everyone's learned a new tip or trick. Again, I will be out the next 2 Fridays. I'm going to be speaking at educational conferences in Cleveland and San Antonio. So our next live stream will be Tuesday. I want everyone to stay safe and healthy, and we'll see everyone back next Tuesday. And if you have questions, you want to send it in advance, send it to clubcubase@steinberg.de. Thank you very much. Bye.